morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Hi, hellos. What's up, Brad? How you guys doing today? Good Lord. Yeah, sorry, Brad. The pussy beat you. All right. That's a hell of a way to start the day. But here we are, working on the base. I did a tiny little bit of work last night. Got some extra iron ore put into the system. And I also found a tiny little problem with the Stenger, the Stengen. And I noticed this last night while I was trying to work on it. Let's pop, let's see, that and that. So I was trying to put stuff into the modular containers from the connector. Should be, yeah. Let me restart it. It may be having an outage problem. That'll sometimes happen. At least it might be working. Let's check a server real quick. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anyway, so I was trying to put in stuff through the connector and noticing that it wasn't, the connector had filled and it wasn't going to the rest of the containers. And I was like, that's weird. Odd. But like I said, that'll happen sometimes. So as I was experimenting and I realized that apparently it was not connected, what I wound up having to do was put these converters on here, conveyor converters, and then rebuild the connection between them so that it actually connected to the rest of the system. That works great. Now I can actually get to everything. So I had to do a little bit of tweaking there. That was about it. So today, well, and that's one of those things that you want to start, like if you want things to look good, then you practice at that. If you want things to be functional, then you practice at that. And once you kind of get the balance between the two and it feels comfortable to you, then that's the best way to go. Let's get these building. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you want to, if it's a, okay, so if you notice that you are doing something a specific way and you feel like you would be able to do it differently, or you feel as if you would like to be able to do it more aesthetically pleasing, then start practicing those sorts of things. Start figuring out ways that you can do that. Learn how to do it so that it's no longer something that you wish you could do, but you are actually doing. And eventually you will get to the point where you are no longer wishing you could do it, but you are actually doing it. Let's grab what we need for this. And then no, don't worry, the base is going to get worked on. Most of my bases wind up being skin and bones for a while. Until I actually, like, finish them. And as far as that is concerned, I don't think I'm going to keep it this width. I think I might actually widen it a bit more. Every Monday through Friday, as in every day of the week. I'm not going to sit there and put Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday as separate days, you moron. Oh, I was getting low on H2. Need more computers. What? Oh, yeah, I need more computers. How am I doing on... Okay, that's good. I could probably use some more silicon and some more nickel, though. So while that's doing its thing, let's go. For you, maybe. But for me, it's Monday through Friday. That's why it's 9 a.m. Eastern and not whatever your time zone is. Oh, yeah, there we go. Shoot, I got some silicon over here, too. I don't necessarily want to be... Oh, yeah, it's like right there. Well, that's not my fault that you're upside down. I didn't put you there. I do have some over here. Awesome. Sorry, you guys are upside down. That's just the way it is. I didn't make the world. Go up the hill, you idiot. Thank you. Uh-oh. You know, I have tried to play Rust off and on over the years, and it's just never a game that really, like, captures me. I've never actually played it and been like, wow, this is amazing. YouTube will do that. YouTube is terrible for that. Like, I'll start watching the YouTube shorts, and then I'll look up and realize, oh crap, it's been like 2 hours. But that's okay. That just means I'm finding entertaining stuff to watch. Go. All right, next I need... I guess that's a good thing. There it is. Let's go over here. need some nickel. The base demands nickel. The base gets what it wants. Back up just a little bit more. I need to put like a reverse camera on here or something. Make it a little bit easier to see what's behind me. Yeah, that'll be fine. Kind of, yeah, smooth that out a bit. Okay, here goes the nickel. I'm actually okay on cobalt for now. Don't really need a whole lot of it. At least at the start. Cobalt is one of those things that probably about 800 to 1,000 cobalt ore will be enough to get you started, probably for at least a few hours. And then as you start progressing, you might need to do a bit more. But that's only if you're building a lot of containers, thrusters, and refineries. Primarily thrusters, because I know the thrusters use them a lot. Like the hydrogen thrusters use a bunch per thruster compared to the atmospheric ones. And then what else? I think that's basically most of the big stuff that you're going to worry about. Like if you do a large cargo container, you'll probably need a lot of them. It depends on what you're attempting to do. Generally speaking, if you're trying to get a square hole, then yes. But if you are just trying to dig a whole bunch of stuff and a round hole will be fine, then it's usually better to use a line of drills attached to a rotor and then just spin it that way. It'll take longer, but the results tend to be a little bit better. But it's up to you. I mean, it's your gameplay. Alrighty. I think what I need to do is you steering on and you steering on. Nice. That's 12 pistons will get the job done. There we go. That was the problem that I was having. Not enough steering angle. Straighten out here. Drop the hinge. Now, if I were to redo this, what I would probably do is instead of a hinge here, just popping it onto a piston would probably be better. That could actually work fairly well too. It gets a little more complicated that way, but you could definitely do it. And it would make for a fun project. And there we go. Okay. Now, the other thing is, and that's fair. The other thing is, what are you going to do with all the stone or ice, whatever you're digging into? Because that's the other thing is, once you get it all done, then you have to consider, okay, well, I've drilled all this stuff up. Am I going to refine it, or am I just going to toss it all out? That was one of the problems that I had when I was drilling my tunnel. Is I had to figure out what to do with the stone that I was pulling out of the mountain, and there was a lot of stone, so much stone. All right, let's get that started. We should have enough stuff for it. Swap that over. That wee bit of stone. And oh, awesome. Where's my small container? There we go. Well, when I was doing that 2 kilometer long tunnel through the mountain, one of the things that I wound up having to do was I set, I think it was like 5 refineries up with speed modules, and then even that, I would fill those up almost instantly. I think it was something like, I want to say 8 or 16 large containers. They all filled up. And then I was still having to run a line that would just jettison leftover stone. Yep. That was basically pound coin the way that I had to do it as well. So it was actually fun putting that thing together. Yep. Oh my god. The number of times that I had my drill break and blow itself up was just terrible. You know, it may have been quicker, but I don't think it would have been as good. Let's see. Because making the actual drilling machine and making it actually do the drilling, most of the time I was able to just leave it alone and let it do its thing, which allowed me to do other stuff while it was working, which was nice. Let's also see production. What are you? It's production 3. Not doing anything. You're going to start helping. All right. That's doing its thing. Nice. Okay. There we go. Yeah. It's really fun trying to figure out the setup for it. Like the actual exterior skeleton that you're building for it. And then getting all the timing just right. God, that was such a pain in the ass. Let's see. Let's go down this way. It has a place. It really. I actually wound up using that um, after the fact. Actually, no. I used it on there because it was just going to be easier, and it really was easier for what I was doing. And then it definitely was easier when I was going back through and cleaning up the floor so that I could actually put in the floor plan. Let's see if we can find some gold or silver today. Usually if I'm using nanobot, one of the best things to do is to set a button to turn it on or off. And especially because there's lots of times where, like on that same build, oh, there's a regional headquarters over here. What's over here? That's fair. I mean, that's a good enough reason, I suppose. Let's see what this regional headquarters looks like. I'm actually glad I don't have any ammunition in the turret right now. Dude. I think I remember you mentioning something about that at some point. I'll just pass some iron. There's a couple of drones out there, maybe? Kind of tough to fight people when you have no guns and you have no thrusters. I'm identified. Although I do like this deserty region. This is nice. If I were to move my base, it would probably be out to here. It needs like tumbleweeds and stuff like that. Little bits of debris that just randomly roll around. That would be awesome. Yeah, for a whole 3 days. Maybe I just like it. What's wrong with that? Desert is cool. Well, no, desert is hot, but you get what I mean. Besides, I have played on all of the planets at this point. I just happen to like the desert one. And it's got good hills for jumping. No, I don't. I have no clue how many bases you've destroyed. Specifically or in general. This ridge is gonna be fun. I mean, all right, bit excessive, I suppose, but if you gotta teach a fool, you gotta teach a fool. Okay. Still not catching any cobalt. I don't need cobalt. I need silver and gold. Specifically, silver would be most helpful, but gold would be good too. I always play solo, so I don't have that problem. And actually, if I do play Minecraft multiplayer, the one person that I do play with is also a pet lover, and so I never have to worry about them accidentally killing my Minecraft dog. I get it though. You go John Wick on them. Where is stuff? I need stuff. I will say though, the Stengen is actually really nice to drive. Iron. Silicon. I think what we might need to do today, as we are also working on the base, is to make a trailer that we can fit a large grid ore detector on. As it might be that our silver and gold is deeper underground than our current ore detection system is capable of reaching. Technically, no. If you want to do PvP, we can do PvP. I'm not good at it, so it's going to be disappointing for you. But like, if you want to do a PvP session, that's fine. Because I know that's what I used to do with Fant. We used to do our PvP, our ship battles. And I know, right? Well, fortunately, it wouldn't be a straight server. It would just be a peer-to-peer connection. There's just... Of course I can't find it true. And it's interesting because Fant is over in Germany. And so when we would do the multiplayer sessions, his lag actually wasn't too bad. Surprisingly enough. Let's not go driving down that hill. Huh. Yeah. Starlink can be a little bit laggy. cobalt. I think that's just cobalt. Anything over here? Did I already check you out? Iron. Arr. Okay. Our refinery build should be about done as far as the parts. So let's head on back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might be okay. Looks like it's kind of going away from us, so we should be fine, but iron, nickel, not what I'm looking for. Have plenty of those. Okay. A Brock Star right now would be all like, you need to full send it. Let's wrap our way around here. That's the other thing I need to do is go ahead and make some ammunition. Oop. Still a lot of fun. Boop. There we go. Actually, a little bit further up. Just stay over there, Mr. Shadow. Actually, I wonder how far away. Okay, he's kind of between us, so that would have been funny to see the Shadow go after the regional headquarters. Be like, oh, you want to fight? Awesome. We can do that. Hey, how you doing, Sectoid? Okay, good. Big guy is not stopping at us. Alrighty. Awesome. As long as you're having a good time. There we go. We're going to go ahead and shut that bad boy off so that I can go. Pop that out. And good. Now we can go ahead and get rid of our basic refinery here because we don't need it anymore. And don't quite have the power generation to support it and the refinery. There we go. That helps kind of clean things up as well. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, and that's where you start looking at utilizing conveyors as well as cargo containers. So with conveyors, you have several different variations. And really, conveyors don't store anything, they just move items or allow items to be moved around the base as long as everything's connected up with them. So, like, here is a great example where I have a conveyor system going from the connector through an advanced rotor and then conveyoring into the system itself. And then, as long as the conveyor ports on certain blocks and or items, like the assembler here, is connected up to others, then that'll also act as a way for items to get moved through the conveyor network. So if I were to come over here to the side of this refinery, the refinery is all connected up, so I can actually get to the items that I want from here. So if I wanted to grab that gravel, I can, or put it back. And that's one of those things that over time, as you play and progress more, you'll start getting into the habit of starting to put together conveyor networks that make it easier, and also figuring out, okay, I need this machine here connected to this inventory so that way I can get to everything. There you go. Like I said, there are variations. You have a conveyor junction, which is just all 6 faces can be connected to the conveyor network. Then you have your straight pipe, you have your C bend, and you have a T junction. And those are the basic ones. Then you also have a conveyor sorter, which is like a one-way valve. There you go. That's the other fun part, is making your first vehicle. Okay. But yeah, making vehicles is fun. Rovers are great, but then making flying vehicles for a lot of people is also more fun. So it comes down to what you want to do. All right, there goes our first refinery. The next thing I want to do is probably set up another. If you do it as 2 separate vehicles, it'll actually work out fairly well. The biggest thing you have to know and remember, though, is that as you fill up an inventory, the vehicle will gain mass. So you are going to want more thrusters. Holy crap. That is a raid. You are going to want more thrusters for your hover drills than you would necessarily think you need. Hey, Kaislo, how you doing? Welcome, peoples. Let's see. I need this. Yes. Yes. And actually, if you haven't watched him yet, Splitsy actually has a really good video series where he makes a tractor trailer, which is really cool, as well as a mining ship that sits on the trailer so that he can dig with the mining ship, collect a whole bunch of ore, and then drop it off on the trailer. And then the trailer will go ahead and suck everything out so that he can have an empty mining drill and go back to work. So that is doable, and a lot of people do that. It is a really, really good way to gather resources. And you are going to be right there. Nice. So hello, Raid. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. If not my fault. I didn't do it. Let's go collect this. Are you? Oh, you are that crappy. Yes. That was hilarious. Gotcha. Yay, another Rifle. Where did my body go? Body look. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. Stuff. There we go. It's not so much what I hit. It was a physics reaction. Um, the rover was still rolling forward as I went to jump out, and I was applying force to myself. And so essentially what wound up happening was that the physics engine kind of goofed and thought that I was going fast enough to collide with the vehicle at a high enough rate of speed that I should die. And so I did. That's what happened. That actually happens rather frequently. You will mysteriously die for kind of, but not really. It's a weird physics bug. That is one thing you will learn about space engineers physics, is that it's not as precise as it looks to be most of the time, and it is prone to random math errors that will cause you to die. But because of that, there are also a lot of interesting situations where you can exploit the broken physics and do things like clang drives, where you can use the various eccentricities to propel ships to amazing speeds. Need all of this. Just give me all of it. There we go. Okay, Rover. Don't kill me this time, please. Not that it matters. I am right next door to where I normally live. So there we go. Yep. Yep. Trees will kill you. And there we go. Alrighty. Let's empty this crap out. I need medical kit. Probably would have been a good idea when I was dying. All right, next up. I grab some steel plate. Why are you in the docking connector? Okay. What I want to do is get another turret controller. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. Your interior plate. Then we need... Wait, do I have... Yes, I do. Okay. I want a rotor, column, hinge, block. And then we'll do the rest here in just a little bit. I love it when the hinge is just like, no, I give up. I can't be bothered to stand upright. And there we go. Get this welded up. stand back up again, or as close to standing up again as possible. It doesn't have to be fully erect, just mostly. And good enough. This welded up. I technically don't need the large steel tubes for that. But I mean, we're here. We might as well. There are, I mean, that's not a bad way to do it. The way that I typically like to build vehicles, give me a second to get this welded up and I'll show you. And get that welded. But what I like to do, because it's fairly cheap to do this and you don't lose any parts usually, is that there's a couple of different ways. What you can do is go ahead and put down like a small platform of large grid steel blocks, light armor blocks. And then from there, what I did for this was I actually utilized the block there. And then you can use a rotor, grind off the head of it so that you just have the base of the rotor. And then if you, that's actually, it's just rotor. Okay. If you go into control panel and then find that rotor, you should have, where is it? You just said your name was rotor. Oh, rotor 4. Okay. Find the rotor, and then one of the options should be add small head. Click that, and what you'll get is a tiny little head on the end of it, and you can actually go ahead and start building small grid off of that without any issue. It's kind of hard to see, so we'll swap around. And then you can go ahead, and I'd build out a few blocks, and then go ahead and start building your vehicle that way. And what that should allow you to do is to have a nice sort of platform that you can build off of. Also, make sure that you set rotor lock on your rotor that you built. So rotor 4 and the option rotor lock. And that'll keep it from inadvertently twisting back and forth as weight is applied to it. I don't like how close that is. That is dangerously close. And then once you get done building your vehicle, like I did here with the Stengen, is then you can go ahead and just cut it off. And it should, in most cases, fall to the ground fairly gently. Now, the only time that you want to be concerned when you're building on something like this is when you're building a flying vehicle that has either atmospheric, hydrogen, or ion thrusters. Since you're going to be most likely in an atmosphere, since I think you're on an Earth-like planet, atmospheric thrusters or hydrogen thrusters are the two that you're probably going to be using. Make sure you turn the thrusters off as you're building. Otherwise, it can cause some odd issues with the rotor and may actually cause an explosion if you're not careful. But that's one of the easiest ways to go ahead and build small grid vehicles on some sort of structure to make it safer to build them and easier to then move them out. Okay. I need. There they are. Let's put you actually this way and that way. There's my camera. This welded up. That. And that while we're at it. And I believe that's all rot 2. Sol in 2. Sol cam 1. Nope. And this will just make it easier to figure out which one's which when I go to set it all up. Sol cam 2. There we go. Grab the necessary parts. Who's unidentified? I'm nowhere near you, buddy. All right. Get our stuff out here in just a few. Bulletproof glass. Tastes just like the leading brand. There's that. Yep, okay. Probably want to refill my hydrogen tank here in just a few. There's this and this. Awesome. Now I should. Oh, yeah. Duh. I need to have built this to get it to work. Almost there. So close, and yet so far. Then once we get that done, what I want to do is start laying out where more of the walls are going to go. I'm still not sure how large I want this particular building to be. I don't think I want it to be too big. I don't think I want it to be a situation where it's an overly huge building. Large enough for obviously what we're doing, and I think probably a little bit wider, maybe 1 or 2 more rows, so that I can do an archway for the vehicles to get through. And then other than that, I think that'll be kind of the size of it. There we go. Then you are CTC Solar 2. CTC Solar 1. Okay, azimuth rotor is soul rot 2, soul in 2, soul cam 2. Set you to 1, 1, and always aim at sun. Make sure I've got those numbers correct. Oh, 0.5 and 1. Okay. Five. There we go. Now we have 2 vanilla solar panels that are going to be tracking the sun. And then I just need to get this welded up. And the nice thing about these smaller solar arrays, and I mentioned this yesterday, was or is the fact that they are going to be cheaper to rebuild if something happens to them. You know, if I get attacked and they take any damage, if I lose a whole one of these, oh darn, it's not like the giant solar arrays that if I lose all of that, then I lose a huge amount of resources. So smaller ones are actually going to wind up being more affordable in the long run, especially if I'm sitting there taking like damage all the time. Let's hope I'm not, but okay, so based on where that is, that's kind of where I want to come out at. So let's kind of clean this up a little bit. Drop this down just enough so that I can get blocks in here. Yeah, that'll be good. And go there. Actually, you know what? Nope. There. That should work. Fun part is going to be getting all this stuff welded up. Now, if I really, really want to, what I could do is either put together a welding ship or some sort of welding gantry. Or I guess, considering the fact that we are going kind of like a no ship build on this one, do a welding rover. There we are. There. That'll be good. That actually works fairly well in terms of what I want to do. Sort of stylistically. Oh, got another storm coming in. Those gosh dang storms and their sand and their debris. Ugh. At least, however, the temperature isn't fluctuating too much. Almost there. Jesus. Let's do it this way. Oh, it was almost full anyway. Okay. What I should do Let's go ahead and I was right there anyway. What do I need for silver? Silver. Silver. Okay. There we go. And then I also want to do a little bit of ammunition. Do I not have magnesium? I don't. Okay. I need to fix that. Let's drop off stone. And I have magnesium over here somewhere. Some more iron. I know it's around here. I picked it up at one point. I hate it when I lose ore. Plenty of iron. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Yeah. You're picking up the iron and then just relaying it to me. Oh, wait. Magnesium was where? This way, I think? Yes. And kind of underground. Okay. Let's go get some magnesium. Magnesium we're going to need for ammunition. Right, that's pretty much magnesium's sole purpose, is just to be used in bullets. I don't know of anything else that uses magnesium. Basically, bullets and missiles. Which is kind of a shame. They really need to find other uses for magnesium. Because it would... Actually, it would be kind of useful, and this is... I know this would just make the game harder and more of a pain in the ass. But it would actually be kind of interesting to use it as a fuel source for more advanced components that need to be like fused, if you will. So using it more as a fuel source, if you will. You really are just down here. Oh, we're almost there. There it is. Clear off the top of this a bit. There we are. That's what I was looking for. This is one of those where you would probably want to set up some sort of drill, either land-based drill or spaceship or just regular ship drill, something. Because you do wind up needing a lot of magnesium. It refines down poorly. But in this particular case, we're not going to need a whole lot yet. So I'll probably grab another Another couple of batches should do it. And then from there, we should have enough for some Gatling ammunition for the Stension. That way I won't feel so unprotected. I'm trying to remember. I think I need platinum or at least gold for yield modules, if I'm not mistaken. And the yield modules you would put on refineries to make them more efficient in terms of the amount you get back from refining. However, I think they also increase power consumption, but I could be wrong. I don't use modules all that often. And by the time I start using them, I generally don't actually need them. It's one of those weird catch 22s. All right, let's throw you up here because I'm going to need you more. And we are. Okay, so that gives me a nice sort of squarish window to work with. I need to move this out of the way. Fine there. Hey, it didn't kill me this time. That's another good way of doing that. And depending on the vehicle, I do that too. So lots of good ways to start construction for vehicles. That's what I love about the space engineers community is so many people have so many different ways of doing things. And we all love to share that information with other people. Like, hey, this is a really good way of doing it. Hopefully it helps. That sort of thing. Wow. I thought for a second they were fighting over there. I got excited for a moment. Of course, then I realized that regional base probably isn't going to be able to handle a shadow, but it was a happy thought. All right, that should be wide enough for what I want. And there we are. That'll give us good surface to come up on. And then what I would like to do, do I have any? I do not. Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Cooperative mode. There we go. And then grab that. There we go. So what I want to do is drop that down. Puts you in the middle here. this out. Okay, little guy, you can go back there. And grab these. And I'm going to use the internal or the interior blocks because of their emissive strips on top. That'll help line up vehicles. So that way I know this is the center line. This is the line that I need to keep lined up with connectors. And that should make it easier in the long term to actually get everything in line without having to fuss with it too much. Go. All right. Next up, what I want is to there we go. I want to kind of see how tall this is because I want this to be more or less. Whoop, 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 whoop. Calm down. I want this to be more or less my tallest vehicle ish. Although I think this might actually work out fairly well. Yeah, we can do. Yeah, that'll be good. Actually, yeah, that is a good height. So I need this there and there. Push you here and this will help kind of round out that doorway. Yeah, there we go. I like that. And I'm going to leave these open. I'm not too worried about stuff flying in, so to speak. Just march this right on across. Go. And you up here. Nope. There you go. That's. I swear sometimes the controls get a little funky. They don't quite know what axes they want to be on, but they do all right. There we go. And this will be good. This will wind up being a nice sort of machine workshop kind of area. Get this pulled across. Oh, I need steel plate. Let's grab that while we're at it. Awesome. Here, take some more. And then we'll put you there. It's going to be a little bit more than just a hinge because you want to consider that as you are driving along, your trailer needs to move in all three axes. So what you would want is you could either do a series of 2 hinges and a rotor or 3 rotors. And it gets a little weird because you have to kind of play around with their alignment so that you can get them on the center line. Also, because of the way that the physics work in the game, you have to make sure that the hinge attachment to the main vehicle, to the we'll call it the semi, um, you want to make sure that that is over a set of wheels. Yeah, probably not a bad idea. But at the same time, something to play around with. I'm not going to dissuade you from trying it. I think you should. I'm just going to say um, it's not as simple as a single hinge. Okay, so here I have a couple of holes that I can fill. I wonder how would. That's not where I was. Sometimes, you stupid game. But let's see. And then I could. I don't have windows anywhere. Let's grab. I have 2x3. I don't have any 2x2. Why do I not have 2x2? The hell? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. We'll use the 1x1s, and I need girders. Of which I have no girders. I am sad. I have no girders. Oh, look, girders. Found them. There we go. And turn those that way. And lock them in. And for this, I don't think I want windows here. Let's do. Do some recessed sort of ramps. Make it look interesting. Yeah. I like the way that the words. I like the way that the words word. I like the way that the refineries stick out from the back like that. Gives it a little bit more definition. It's not quite so flat. That's one of the things that I'm trying to do with this build is, as always, every time that I'm building bases, I am always looking to increase my personal skills as well as finding different ways of doing things that I've done in the past. One of the last playthroughs that we did for Space Engineers was an industrial overhaul build. And I had a massive, what would you call that? A massive rhomboid? God bless it. But just a massive building on that one. Oh god, that building was so big. Such a pain in the ass to build. But it was really cool though, having a building that was a specific size and then having to fit everything inside of it. And managing to do so, I was thoroughly surprised at how well it came together. It's like, oh my god, it's working. All right, so the next step here is I also need to be able to get this welded up. How do I want to get this welded up? Because the fact that I have quite a few blocks that are under other blocks. This is one of those situations where build and repair mod is actually useful because of the fact that it can get to everything in the area much easier. So, just trying to figure out how I would want to do this. I also need to figure out this wall here. Oh, that. Okay. Also, I had an idea. It was painful. It hurt my brain. Let's get. Yeah, give me some more of that. Awesome. So, what I'm thinking is that for this, I actually extend this out. Oops. And by extending it out, I can try and encompass this sort of tunnel area here. Bring this down. Oops, I hadn't finished that. And then thinking, which again is always dangerous, if at all possible, do not allow your crews to think. Bring this down one more. Then we run that there. Uh-oh. The cats have realized that I'm awake. Do I want to bring that up one? I think I want that up one more. Because then I can extend that roof out a little bit more. So, yeah. Let's ditch this. There we go. We'll just do a small portion of it. Oops. Figure out what to do on the inside of there. And yes, that actually looks a lot better. There we go. That gives us a little extra coverage. Yeah, I like that. That'll get us one extra block out. And I can work around that fairly easily. Awesome. Okay. And I'm not going to run this all the way out. Maybe something like that. Yeah, I can work with that. Drill it. Thank you. Then I can run some steps down here. Make it look more official. So it's like I'm actually mining down here. Build this in for now. But yeah, that'll be our little mining hole. This does not work like that. It works like this. There we are. Excellent. Oh no, I ran out of steel plate again. Just make like 100 of it. Same with you. All right. Cool. Let's finish this off. And there. That'll be the roof. And then in here I can do like some sort of offices or something like that. Just something to give the build a little bit more life, make it look like it's actually utilized. There. And that. Look good. Need clean this up. Door. I need a door for this. I think just grab that. Yeah, I could do that. And then an interior block here. Something like that. What do I need for... I don't have it there. Railings and... yeah. Railings are construction components. Which, again, I have none. Make some. You as well. What's our refinery doing? Oh, cool. It's finished. Yay. Some of that and that. And we'll throw up some rails around here to at least pretend like we have some sort of safety standards. then I think I will go ahead and put stairs here because it just makes sense. And then let's see. Do I have my... Can I put catwalk up here? I did. Cool. Let's do catwalk. Catwalk. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. And then finally, I need scaffolding. I have... Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh no, I cannot breathe. This is actually kind of why I'm glad that I went ahead and put an O2 tank on Stengen as well as a vent. Make it easier to go ahead and refill. There's our O2. All right. And I can finish this off so that way I can get down to iron easier. What are you doing up there? Nothing of importance. Cool. All right. That takes care of the bulk of the design. At some point in time, I'm probably going to wind up moving these to the actual corners. I may actually move them off of here entirely and move them to a separate section that'll still be connected through some sort of grid connection. You there yet? Almost. What? No, that's not what I wanted. Almost there. And full. Hey, how you doing, old grumpy? Let's see. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Awesome. And oh, because I have these. Oh yeah, little by little, we're starting to fill it out. Give it a little bit more of that je ne sais quoi. What I can do here is let's grab these. What? I don't want those. I like them. They're good windows, but I'm mixing and matching, and I don't necessarily want to do that. So let's just grab the 1x1 flats and put them. Nope, that's not going to work. Those. Nope, that's not going to work either. I could do one there. Oh, let's do vents. That'll work. Because then, as the base is utilizing power, those will turn on and off and create some really cool light shows outside. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Next up, I need, use character tools. I'm always doing that. Wanted you over here. Vent. Heat vent. There we go. Let's get the half door over here. Put it there. And then again. You in here. That there. And then as far as this goes, maybe run some pipes along here. I can do that. What about why not just have? I do not. Okay, that's fine. We'll run that into there. Give it a little bit of texture with the piped walls. So again, that way, as you're looking at it, it looks like there's something interesting going on. Now for the roof, this is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting. What I'm probably going to do is actually pop this out like this. I'm not sure about up front yet. We'll have to wait and see. But along the back side of it, definitely. With the exception of where that ladder is. Because you gotta have a maintenance ladder. And we'll run this along the side here. And then maybe something like this. Rid of that. There we go. Oh no, not again. I'm almost always running out of steel plate while I'm building. This is why it's a good idea to always be making more when you're not otherwise doing anything. And I think it's interesting that I can't place it directly there, but I guess that part isn't attachable like the rest. Oh well. It's a cruel, cruel world. Not giving me all the attachment points that I want. However will I cope? There we go. Now for for the corners here, go ahead and use those bits to go in the middle. And wrap around it. And then I need the little stubs there to do the same on the corners. And that'll give us our nice raised roof look that also has a little bit of texturing to it because of the fact that it juts out ever so slightly. And then I'm still not sure what I'm going to do on the front here. But that gets us kind of in the direction that we want to go in. You know what? We're doing it. Let's just go all the way. And then there we are. Because had an idea. I don't get to play with those enough, so we're going to come up with a reason to do so. Yeah, you'll work. Yeah, you will work perfectly for what I want to do. Let's bring this across. Oh, I need more girders. How's my O2 or my H2? Awesome. Give me some of those. Never. I'm never winning, but I'm not losing. How you doing there, Dank? Awesome. Give me those. I want that there. And then fair enough. I think that's honestly the best kind of IQ to have. At least it's not going to get in the way. And I'm doing all right. Can't complain too much. Okay. Now what I want is nope. Big panels. Let's see if I can pull this off. go one extra. There we go. And then, hey, I think this is going to work. Oh, God, yes. Oh, like, I don't think I have a towel big enough for how it's going to feel when we start working with a unified grid. Just the sensation, the physical sensation of being able to pull off so many more interesting builds because of a unified grid. That alone is going to make it worth it. Okay. That is precisely what I want, which doesn't happen often, but it's awesome when it does. The next thing that I want is one corner. Yeah. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can get rid of that. We'll get rid of that one in place of that and that. I'm so because of the fact that it's the same team that is that did SE1, I think we are in a much better situation for it to not wind up like KSP2. KSP2's biggest problem was the fact that it was not the same group working on it. And there were a lot of problems leading up to the last team that worked on it. It was such a huge clusterfuck from beginning to end that it's, no surprise that it wound up in the state that it was in. It sucks that it did. It really does. But at the same time, it's one of those that just it should not have gone down the way that it did, and it's unfortunate that that happened. All right, we are going to go ahead and ladder that because let's see. Let's see how good Cruz is at pulling off this build. Also, I should probably swap out. Go. My concern, though, and this is something that has been brought up a couple of times, my concern with Space Engineers 2, though, is that they're not going to be going with Steam Workshop support. And that makes me a little bit worried. Because I bought the game on Steam, I play the game on Steam. I don't want to go to mod.io to then get mods. I like being able to browse for mods on Steam directly. And they should know better. They should know that's where everybody wants it. But they're trying something different. So we'll see what happens. We'll let them cook. All right. What I need is nope. Oh, those are small grid only. Okay. The biggest reason why they want to switch to mod.io specifically and exclusively is because of the fact that they feel as if the community, the modding community, is currently split. And they don't want to split that community up. The problem is, though, that that split almost feels necessary in a way when you look at it, because you have your Steam players, and Steam players basically have the unlocked version of Space Engineers. We have scripts, we have modded blocks, we have overhauls, we have everything. And then you have the console players who have to deal with the limitations put on them by the console publishers or producers, Sony and Microsoft. So they don't get all of the fancy extended gadgetry that we do as a Steam player. And I think that's something that is important to remember, is that, um, we very specifically have the version we have because it's Steam. Let's see if I can read the offset one. I wonder. Do that. Why are they? This makes no sense. Why you do this? Okay. Um, exactly. At the end of the day, it's kind of a wait and see scenario. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out, and just hope that Keen is smart enough to change their mind on this, because it really could, I think, impact at least not not a huge amount, but it definitely could put an impact on their overall future for SE2. And especially because Steam users are getting tired of all of these companies having their own launchers and having their own mod databases and all of this other stuff that moves you away from Steam. Steam users like to be on Steam and like to stay within the Steam ecosystem. It's just the way it is. All right, we're on 7. We'll do 6. And we're gonna neon light this bitch. Need bend. And there we go. And finally, I need some letters. Yeah. Well, and when you look at what a lot of companies have been dealing with lately, they are having to deal with the fact that more and more consumers are going, you know what? We're tired of your antics. We are tired of you constantly treating us like we're just a piggy bank for you. Give us more. Give us what we deserve for the money that you're charging. And then don't make us angry over it. I need an R. I have. I don't think I have. Aha! Do have an apostrophe. Need K. It's too far. And then Y. A, R, D. There we go. You do what to AI? There we go. Cruise's Junkyard. Kind of hard to see at the moment, but we'll make it snazzy here in a little bit. I need interior plate, small steel tube. Okay. Drop off those and small steel tube. I need more. That was weird. Okay, I'm going to take a quick AFK while this stuff builds. And we've got daylight coming up. And I shall be back in just... Actually, you know what? Let me hop into the extension. Oh, yeah. Well, the AI NPCs would actually be kind of interesting. And everybody's chasing AI these days. Everybody. There isn't a company out there that isn't chasing after AI. And I don't get it. I don't get why everybody is so hard for AI. Because at the end of the day, two things are going to happen. They're either not going to get to where they want, or they're going to get to where they want and it takes us all over and kills us all. So there's really only two ways to go about that. So I don't understand why everybody wants AI so bad. But, you know, for some, it's a fun little thing to work on. For others, it's a way to cut costs by getting rid of humans. If they don't have to spend money on humans, they are so much happier. And it's like, well, how do you think you got to where you're at? What happens when humans decide they want to stop spending money on you? So there you go. So yeah, I'll be back real quick. I'm going to take just a quick AFK. Well, there you go, Sectoid. That's pretty much the entire game loop of Space Engineers. Plan for it, build it, pray that it works. And if it doesn't, revisit plan A, revisit step one. Bingo, that's what it is. AI just means investment capital. That's what AI stands for. Anyway, be back in just a few. All right, there we go. That's better. Signal 1.5 ish away. Okay. Um. Ooh. Oh, you're kind of out there. So that's one of the other things, as far as the base goes, that I want to do is add some locations for let's drop off, swap out these. But what I want to do is also put some turrets on the top to make sure that this gets protected. I think that's why I'm going to wind up moving the solar array, if you will, just so that way they're not in the way of the bullets that are going to be coming out of this. That would be sad, honestly. So let's look at I have no idea what those even are. So I mean, no, I haven't done a Careless Whisper Ron Burgundy combo. Gotcha. No, usually if I'm doing any sort of defenses, typically in most of my playthroughs, what I actually wind up using is weapon core, and then just using the weapons from that. But since this is more vanilla based than I usually do, I'm not using weapon core. All right. What I do want to add, though, Bayer Junction there. Put them in the corners. And fair. That's something that I would like to do, and I'll probably do it on this playthrough, is get better or attempt to get better at making viable combat ships. I mean, hell, if that doesn't get the job done, then why bother? But yeah, that's one thing. I don't generally do a whole bunch of scripts if I can help it. Usually, if I'm doing scripts, it's going to be like a solar alignment script. If I'm not using, the turret controllers, or it'll be an inventory manager. There's been a couple of custom scripts that were written for me that I've used previously, but beyond that, I really don't bother with them. Jesus. Yeah, that'll do the trick. Where is the turrets? Rocket turret. Artillery turrets. Assault cannon. Let's do that. Oh, that's not going to work. That's fine. That'll work. And go there. All right. Oh, yeah. I was also working on those. Let's see about getting nice. And then I think what I might do for the back plate is like either rust or dusty. Not sure which yet. Fair point. It is a lot of fun, especially just big giant drills in general. Just makes me happy in my lizard brain. Just the general idea of here is a giant thing that is doing a lot of ground damage makes me happy. There we go. Oh, yeah. Gotta grab the interior plates, you idiot. All right. That's that. That's actually not a bad idea for a mod. I think there is one, actually. I'm not sure what it's called, but I think I had seen one that does actually make the veins bigger. I could be a little wrong on that. I think I've seen one. Like larger deposits or something like that. The problem, though, this is one of those things that I've come across playing single player as much as I do, is that there comes a point when you have built a whole bunch of stuff, and then you have all of these extra resources, and you're like, okay, now what? What do I do? Where do I go from here? There, yeah, that's looking nice. Now I need. True. And again, it's another reason why Space Engineers is so much fun. Because it's the kind of sandbox that we always wanted. We just didn't realize it. But you always have that one person who's just like, I want this to be the most difficult experience ever. That's the only way that I can enjoy it. If I am not constantly wanting to slit my own wrists, then I'm not going to play it. And it's like, okay, dude, you just stay over there with the crazy people. There we go. Uh-huh, that's what I thought. I knew you were one of those. Do I need more steel plate? I probably do. I mean, obviously I need more steel plate, but... Oh, damn. God, yes, the encounters are the worst part. All of a sudden, just there goes some bad guys. And I was doing so a few months back when I was last playing this. I did have modular encounters on, or not modular encounters. I was doing industrial overhaul. Yeah, well, with IO, you do have to kind of set your sizes different. But industrial overhaul is fun. I did actively enjoy it, and especially the building that I had for it was interesting. I went through and basically, like Satisfactory, set up each floor so that it was doing something specific. And then I had multiple machines that were just doing like individual parts to make it easier for later on when I had to build stuff. And it worked out incredibly well. Exactly. It requires effort. I don't like it. I didn't necessarily have that problem, but yeah. I hadn't quite gotten to the point where I was like at those numbers. But that's very definitely a Satisfactory problem too. Or just recently my Factorio problems. I have yet to play that, but absolutely. I think most people can attest to the whole um, I need multiple stations for this just so that I can keep up with the demand that I put myself into kind of mentality. I've seen a few videos of people playing it. I think my sister has it. Actually, I'm pretty sure she does. There we go. All right. Now we need to do a little bit of decorating. I need that and that. Jesus. And almost there with what I want. Inventory, thank you. Okay. Now I need fine, don't be useful. Tools. Ha ha. Okay, let's do retro future. And we'll do yellow. Oof. Oh, really? Oh, damn. Okay. Well, the few times the D didn't finish. It's always nice when they actually give you some proper storage solutions. Although sometimes they can go a little overboard. That was my problem with Astroneer, is that it seemed like every update it was, here's 16 different ways to store items and maybe one gameplay element. It's like, we get it, you love storage. There we go. All right. That stands out. Then let's do rust. No, I don't want rust. Dust. I actually want to make these kind of a flat. I don't know. This will be fine. I think what I might do is actually come back through and make some of these darker to look like they've been replaced, and some of them lighter. Let's do that, and then give me rusty, and then yeah, honestly, I spend more time on planets than I do in space, because space is boring. Honestly, it's a bunch of, well, more or less, it's just a bunch of asteroids in empty space, and every once in a while there's something out there to shoot. But generally speaking, it's just boring. It was a good thing I returned. I was about out of hydrogen. But overall, the planets, there's more interesting stuff to do. There's the planet to explore. There's more areas. Well, okay, space has more area to build, but I think building on a planet is a lot more interesting and a lot more fun. Now, one thing that I hope that they are capable of doing is being able to add settings to generation in space so that asteroids only appear in certain areas. Like, maybe I only want asteroids to appear around planets and not in between them. Or maybe I only want asteroids to appear around certain planets. Because then that would open up the possibility of, first of all, greater speeds in space, since you're not going to be slamming into things randomly. Um, in all fairness, Sectoid, I think that's actually not the best advice that I would give somebody who's just starting out. And the only reason why I say that is because some of the encounters can actually be a bit brutal. And so it's generally a better idea to let somebody just play the base game. Just let them play it, let them enjoy what's there, let them get used to building ships, gathering resources, figuring out how to use all of the different blocks, or at least most of the different blocks, and then start gradually adding in mods so that they can start tweaking. Yeah. So it's one of those that I would never recommend that a new player immediately start doing the modular encounter system because that's just mean. That is mean to an extent that is like that person is trying to get you to quit the game. They're not trying to help you enjoy it. All right, that's done. Let's drop, or let's grab that. That. There we go. And yes, that I did know. It's a lot of fun to watch them do it too. Let's see. Yeah, that'll work. And then questions. Nice. One thing I will recommend, if you're making a rover, is make sure you put a gyroscope on it. Gyroscopes are incredibly useful for small rovers because of the fact that if you take a jump a little bit too fast, or if you take a hill a little bit too fast, it will allow you to maneuver your rover in air so that you can land as safely as possible. You got to watch out for that. You may be a spectator today, but tomorrow you'll be a combatant. All right. So the next steps is going to be trying to get all this welded up. I think for now, though, let's go visit. Actually, you know what? Don't be an idiot, Cruz. Empty your inventory first, then go chasing after signals. All right, there we go. Oh God. Yeah, that's that's something that you do have to watch out for. Is that they don't necessarily target your ship. They are specifically targeting you and just you. So you got to watch out for that. All right. Go. You know what? I haven't knocked over a tree in a while. Boop. Goodbye, tree. Oh, something here. I don't see it. Why don't I see it? cobalt. Is it just cobalt or is there more? Why didn't... What? Okay, why don't I see the cobalt? Oh God, yes. You also have to watch out for the back end of the rover because you can do the same thing. I've done that to one of my rovers before. Just took the back end off of it. Kept breaking the connector every time I did it too. Huh. Weird. I guess maybe they're too high up. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's just go down this hill. Yeah. Yep. Once or twice that's happened before. You wind up in a situation where that rover is just not much of it left. I also had a situation where I had a scout vehicle, flying scout vehicle, and I had painted it a specific shade of red and landed it, built a whole bunch of stuff, and was using the nanobot build and repair system, not realizing that the grind color was also that same shade of red, and didn't notice it until it had already ground down most of my scout vehicle. And I was like, well, that's sad. Yay, rainbow helmet. Again, I have like 10 of those. Yeah. I wound up just leaving what remained of it because the whole thing was mostly red. Some of it was like a darker red. And so not all of the parts got ground down. And I wound up just leaving the debris there and making it its own memorial. I was like, well, you did your job. And then you didn't. Let me get that. Thank you. It was a learning lesson, to say the least. Give me that. Thank you. Aha. Excellent. Okay. You know, we've got some daylight. Let's do a little bit more driving around. We've got plenty of battery life right now. Let's see if we can find any. Plenty of iron. Not too worried about marking iron. I need silver and gold. Oops. Oh, ouch. Yeah, sometimes our own hubris comes back to bite us in the ass. We're all like, this will be a brilliant idea until it's not. And very often it becomes a not brilliant idea in amazingly spectacular ways. Silicon. Don't need. Oh, wait, what? Saw something over there. Some sort of hauler wreck. Let's go see what that is. Whee! Yeah, there it is. What are you? Nickel. And you? More iron? Yeah, this is actually on Pertum. Pertum is basically just a big old desert planet. It's like if Arizona and Dune had a baby, basically. That's what Pertum is. Let's try and work our way over here. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get to that unidentified signal 5.5 million kilometers away. Honestly, the nice thing is that Pertum is not too bad of a planet. Ooh. Ember supply cache. Interesting. But it's not too bad of a planet overall. It does have an oxygenated atmosphere. You just have to keep your visor up during storms. And it does have cobalt. Um, it is a little bit higher gravity, which also makes it a little bit more interesting. But overall, it's a nice area. And there are deserts on the Earth-like planet. If you go towards the equator of the planet, there are deserts. All right, where is the signal coming from? I should be, oh, right on top of it. There's something in there. Full battery. What's that? Ion thruster. Ooh, it still even has some of its thruster components. Let's see if I can get access to this. I don't know. I don't know if it was a mod or if it was just. Boy, I hacked you. What's in you? Ooh, Gatling ammo. Whoops. I am glad that I brought the rover. I don't know if this is modular encounters or not. Oh, nice. Or if this is something from. Because I know with. What was it? Signal? I think it was Signal where they added more NPC encounters. Or it was Contact. It was one of the two. What do you have for me? Prototech scrap. Nice. And a Prototech capacitor. Yeah, so I think this is one of the new ones from um, ice. From contact. Is there anything in there? Nope. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it was. It would blink on and off, so it was an intermittent signal. Oh, that's right. That had a whole bunch of ice. I like the fact that it doesn't just spit out a chunk of ice now, like a giant ball of ice that kills you instantly. This was a really good find, honestly. This is cool. Another reason why I love space engineers. Random shenanigans like this happens. Just have to worry about that supply cache. Damn it. Let's see if we can. Okay. Awesome. There we go. I now own the grid. Oh. Oh. Nice. Where is that? In here? Nice. New drills. This was good. Drop off that crap. Don't need those. Drop off 2 of those and replace the one I have with a new one. Boop. Character tools. Awesome. Always think bigger than last time. AI defense. Okay. This did have an AI block. Interesting. What do you have? Ooh.
Inventory.
Some more thruster components. Exquisite. Which those should get me some gold at least. And these ground down.
Inventory full.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like what you're wanting to do is to make a space engineer's version of a robot factory from Factorio. There you go. Yeah, no wonder this crashed here. They're using ion thrusters. That was never gonna fly. There's that. Need that. Let's see if we can find some other meaty parts out of this. What are you? Ooh, battery. Not too worried about the cells, but heavy armor panels. That's going to be some metal grids. I don't know if I do yet. I'll have to wait until I get it back to base to find out what I have. Nope. No wasteland encounters. This is a mostly vanilla solution.
Inventory full.
Or a mostly vanilla playthrough. So, not using a whole lot aside from like parallax, ember,
Inventory full.
that sort of stuff. You are sliding down the hill.
Inventory full.
Oh, that's actually very easy. What you want to do is while you're in. Actually, let me move my vehicle a little bit. Get it a little bit closer here. But while you are in. Okay, so you're inside your vehicle. Hit K to go to your control panel. And then what you want to do is you want to select the blocks that you want to group together. So let's say I want to do up my ore detectors. So select one and then hold control and select the other one so that you can select multiples. And then once you have two or more selected, go over here to block group and just give it a name. So we'll do ore detectors. And then hit save. And then up at the top of the list, you'll get the group name. And anytime that you click on the group, it'll also highlight all of the members of that group in the list. So once you have your group made and you want to add it to your quick bar, you hit G, and then you'll have this groups tab on this menu. And then you can select from there. Let's do this, and we'll do toggle on off. These, actually, we'll just toggle on off, and there we go. And that's how you can do it. And it will definitely help increase the capabilities and the speed with which you can do things. All right, let's finish getting this. Oh, and there's another timer block there. Nice. That's some extra computers. Not much, but another ion thruster. Where are you? Oh, gyroscope. Mostly just the steel plates from that. Yes, that is true. Or similar blocks. So, like, it technically considers left and right wheels to be different types of blocks or separate types of blocks, but they all have the same settings. So, as long as everything in that group has the same type of settings, it will go ahead and consider that all the same stuff. So, you'll be able to do that very easily to administrate that. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna try. I wonder if I can get. I want to see if I can get inside of here. Ooh, that could be a problem. Not enough small steel tubes. Anything else here that might have some small steel tubes? Nope. What about you? Nope. Nope. You?
Inventory full.
Maybe. What's here on the floor? Now all of its tubes are gone. It's that. Oh, at least I can get some medical components out of this.
Inventory full.
That'll be useful for later when I go to build the medic bay. All right, man. Have fun. Good luck. Drive safe. And always happy to help. Why?
Inventory full.
Why do none of you have small steel tubes? Get up there. Thank you. Oh, you have some. I just need 4 more. 4 more. You are. Suppose how much? Hydrogen. I have enough hydrogen. But you are broadcast controller. Interesting. So close to having that finished. We found a derelict ship. It was just sitting here. Ow. It got me in the face. So we're just tearing it down at the moment. But I'm trying to find out what's in here. What's in the box? Yeah, well, about that. You can't park here. Ooh, there we go. Now we're going to be able to see inside of the box. What do you have? That is a crap ton of silicon ore. It's so much silicon ore. Wow. And there's some parachute or canvases. It was. That's true. Wow, that is so much silicon. Alrighty. But hey, Damn it, but I really wanted her head. Sorry, sir. No refunds. All sales and disasters are final. I will have your silicon. I'm actually glad that I have the Stengen now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dad's going to be real on your side with this one. You woke me from the grave for this?
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh. Oh, that side is just full. Okay. Yeah. Or if they are just about to lose power. And there we go. Haha, missed. Um, okay. You know what? Not even gonna question it. Weirder stuff has happened. Aliens. Yep. That sums it up. I believe the event controller does have an option for watching the batteries. And really, what you can do is have it so that when they connect to a connector, they won't launch until their battery is over a certain amount. I think that's something that's doable, but I don't know 100% because I haven't really messed with drones enough to, well, I haven't really messed with drones at all. Oh, yeah, that's not going to help. Oh, you're doing that thing where you don't like to turn very much. Okay. I want RB2 and LB2, and your steering angle is going to get set to 10. There we go. That feels better. Let's turn this. Yeah, that could work. Every once in a while, I actually think it doesn't happen often, but when I do, something is probably going to explode. All right, give me all this stuff. Might actually just
Inventory full.
leave some of this here. Well, no, because I've claimed it, so it won't despawn. Not that it matters. Let's just take the whole thing. It's mine. I want all the scrap. I want all the scrap. You don't even know. Awesome. Always happy to help. That's one of those things that it's nice having somebody that you can bounce an idea off of and get additional input. Even if it's not necessarily directly involved with your initial idea, it can sometimes be that spark that is like, oh, yeah, I can do that. And then you go running off on something else. Like, I do that to my mom all the time. Actually, I do that to my mom and my sister a lot, where, and they're fully aware that it's happening too, where I will not necessarily be talking to them, but I am talking at them. But it's that act of talking at them that allows me to come up with a concept or an idea that I'm like, oh, that's right, I can do that. So, because my dad used to do that to my mom all the time, basically use her as a sounding board. Oh, yeah, fair. Okay, good. You're not going to be a problem. Give me that. Thank you. Haha, you didn't get to hit me in the face. And this. Now, I don't remember if thruster components actually have any platinum in them. I'm pretty sure they have gold, but I don't remember if they have platinum. I think they do. So that'll be incredibly useful. Dude, you have a long way to go before you hit that. I was like that playing games like Team Fortress Classic back in the day. Back when, it was still fairly young as a game. Or like Counter Strike when it was still in beta. God, yes. TFC really was so good. All right. Medic was a lot of fun. I also really enjoyed playing a sniper. I was not amazing at it, but I enjoyed it. I haven't played TF2 in a long time, though. And there we go. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead. Just make sure there's nothing else stuck underground. Oh, there is. There's a few pieces here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use this, and we're just going to delete these. Engineer is a good class. All of them are good, honestly. There we go. And we'll turn create mode back off. There. I'm the same way, so I totally get that. Um, in WoW, I usually play priest, or not priest, but healers or tanks. All right, come on, get up that hill. know you want to. Okay, apparently you don't. Oh, no, 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 no! Son of bitch. Son. Um, not before that. What all is in here? Oh, damn. Let's see what my last save was. Yep, basically. Oh man. Let's see how far back I was. I might Yeah, oh god. And that's probably because the rover's so heavy. Damn you, Rover. Red Rover, roll the fuck over. That's basically what happened. Oh, oh God. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have gone too long without suffering. Okay. Honestly, not that far back. Ow. So it was just before I cleaned everything up. Awesome. There we go.
Inventory full.
That would have been perfect. I would have been like, all right, fair enough. I deserve that one. Okay. Save. And actually, garbage collection should pick up those blocks. Okay. Oh god, ragdolling would be perfect. Doesn't kill you. Maybe does a little bit of damage, but it doesn't kill you. Definitely ragdolls you. Because then it would be fun to watch people go rolling down hills after they've been smacked by debris and just watch them. It'd be like sometimes in GTA when that winds up happening to you, you get ragdolled and just roll down a cliff. Oh god, yes, that would be phenomenal. Groups, wheels, excuse me. Increase friction, decrease friction, and we should be good there. Yeah, I think we're a little bit heavier than we're used to. But yeah, that was fun. That was entertaining. Let's not do that again. Now, I mostly want to make sure that I am steering clear of that base over there. I just hope it's not too close to mine. That's my biggest concern. I might just have to change the name of this now. I might just have to change this to Red Rover. Where is that even? That is a supply cache. I don't know what sort of. It's so the reason why it's Stengen is because it's a combination of steam and engine. I was looking for a name. I looked over at Steam. That's what popped into my head. So it became Stengen. It was the first thing I could think of. It was really close to my base, too. Should be able to get to it, but ooh, oops. And decrease power. There we go. My this is the one thing I'm afraid of is that I get too close to it and it decides to pop drones. Hopefully, it's not going to pay attention to me, primarily because I have such a small antenna range right now. I don't think I've ever actually had this so angry to be so well. Granted, it's a brand new vehicle. We This is the second day we've had it, so combat phase is now acting my ass. We're definitely going to want to hook this up. I think technically it is possible if you set up your own faction. Then, as you attack the other factions, they can potentially become friendly to you. I think. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to want to ride this ridge. I know you can actually become friendly with the space pirates because of it. Yeah, you really are close to my stuff. Okay. Let's see. Outpost. Home is up here. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. I should be able to get up this. And then we're probably going to want to let this sit and recharge for a little while. This is getting a little low on batteries. Yay, we made it home with our spoils of war. Well, just spoils. Not much war. Alrighty. That was fun. Oh, and of course the little guy's in the way. You were just forever in the way, guy. Okay, why? Steering off. There we are. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Line up with. We're a little bit too heavy for this. I almost need a second set of wheels up front. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, so that supply cache is fortunately, well, it's close enough that I could run missions out to it. That may be something that we wind up doing at some point in the near future. I got to be very careful because we are kind of on the heavy side. There we go. Okay, let's grab our warfare batteries. Yep. I don't have any small ones, do I? No. Extension batteries. Save. And then I want groups, batteries, recharge on off. Yeah, we were down to 13% on those. They definitely needed the help. Awesome. Okay. Next up, the fun part. Now, I have. Actually, you know what I need to do? Control panel. Small cargo container base 1. CC base 2. Let's see. I haven't played From the Depths. I know a couple of people that have been by the stream previously used to play it or still play it. I don't know if they do or not. But I have heard about it, and that actually is a really cool concept. And that's something that hopefully they do with SE2 is have that range or that layering, as you put it, of difficulties for the NPCs, because that really does help give the universe a little bit more robustness and give you one of those things that you can really interact with and sink your teeth into. So you have the easy ones, which would be probably really good for just cutting your teeth on, getting materials, scrap materials, and stuff like that, all the way up to the more difficult or harder ones, which then that's where you're getting some of your best extra loot from. So you're not wrong. Space Engineers definitely needs a system like that. And I think that would go a long way towards making the game more sort of user friendly for the most part. I think people would enjoy it more. Get some extra ice out of that. And then drop off. Where are my credits? Ah, here they are. I have a whole bunch of spare drills. Actually, I don't have to pull the silicon out. It should be fine on its own. Okay, get that, and I'll have to go to the other side to get the other stuff. Yeah, and again, that makes sense. Go for the stuff that's going to have the lowest risk to reward ratio first, and then work your way up from there. That I always liked in games. When battles actually have a long lasting outcome other than, yay, it's just somebody else to blow up. So much stuff. Jeez. I'm going to have plenty of large steel tubes for a little while, though. And I'll be able to also add another survival kit onto possibly a rover. In fact, that might not be a bad idea. With the modular encounters on and the fact that we have a base close by, it might not be a bad idea to basically make a survival kit rover. Basically, just the survival kit and a cockpit to drive it, some batteries, and then maybe something where I can attach a solar panel or something to it so that I can recharge it and keep it up and running. And then more or less keep that in a cave somewhere so that when push comes to shove and I need to, like I lose my survival kit at my base, I just have somewhere nearby to respawn. Yeah. That's one of those things that, again, games definitely could work on a little bit more. I think Homeworld actually did a fairly good job of handling scenarios where their base would get absolutely obliterated or their logistics would get obliterated, and it would have an effect on the long term. Oh, yeah, kind of like Optimus Prime's trailer. Actually, yeah, that would be kind of cool. That might not be a bad idea for later. Might have to give that one a think. 337. Okay. I imagine it's pretty doable. That's not a bad idea. I might just have to do that actually. Because I haven't done a Saturday stream in a long while. I used to. I used to do Monday through Saturdays. But then it just got to a point where it's like, I could use the weekends off. But yeah, Saturday stream where we're doing a creative build, that actually sounds like it could be a lot of fun. I might just have to do that. Okay, we just got ice and silicon left. Are you actually working? Yes, you are. Okay. That's just a lot of silicon. Let's this down here. There we go. And then what I would like to do is come over here to our... Oh, sweet. I used up all the gravel that I had. Yay. Okay. It looks like I have a total of 46 thruster comps. So let's do 5, 6. Yes, they have gold and they have platinum. And you are detectors. So I'm actually no stranger to doing flush folding builds. I actually have a couple of ships that I've done that with. It is a pain in the ass, but when it works, it's so gorgeous. It looks so nice. Let's see. Can I? Oh, yes, I can. We're upgrading our tools, boys. Oh, yeah. So, completely skipped the need for silver and gold. Yep. There we go. Oh. Oh, there we go. There's my spine. Found it. I was looking for it, but I found it. Let's see. And then last one. How's this doing? Oh, you're all done. Cool. They definitely have issues. Now, from what I understand, the best way to do it is to actually utilize merge blocks. Because as soon as you can merge block something, it does help make that grid a little bit more static, and you are less likely to deal with clang. Sometimes. All right. Don't need... this. Oh, no, you're full. Okay. You, or you. You in first, then the grinder, then the drill. There we go. Awesome. One trip, one derelict, and now we have upgraded tools. Don't even need to go to space now. Oh, whoops. Get rid of that. Okay. This, and this. Yeah, actually, tell you what, let's hop out of this one real quick. Save changes before quitting. Yes. And let's see if I still have that save. I should. I had cleaned out all of my saves at one point because it just takes so long to load all of them. Bases, is that the one? Yes. Yeah, this one's going to take a little bit to load up because it's a fairly old game. I had been playing it for multiple months. But it does work fairly well for getting a good sort of starting area. Okay, anytime now. It also has like a ton of mods. All the mods. But one of the things that I found for doing certain types of doors, especially if I'm using hinges, if at all possible, make essentially set it so that you have 3 hinges. If you're setting it up so that it's an odd number, use 3 hinges, turn the outer 2 off, and just use the middle one. The outer 2 will simply act as guides to make sure that the whole door rotates the way that it's supposed to. And the middle hinge will apply all of the power. And because it keeps it balanced, you're less likely to deal with clang issues. Yeah, this one's going to take forever to load. But we'll take a look at it. We'll see. And that works too. It really kind of depends on how you're doing the door. For what I was doing, hinges wound up just working the best and gave me the kind of overall design features that I was looking for. Kept it fairly flush. But yeah, the rotor height is really useful. Now the question is, where do I have that ship? Because I have 2 versions of it. I have the Puma Mark 1 and I have the Puma Mark 2. Both of them are similar, but I think the Puma Mark 2 actually is a better display of my door setup. But like I said, yeah, this takes a while. Yeah, horizontal opening definitely changes things. One of the one of the shorts on YouTube that I put out is actually um, a display. There's 2 that I have that are they're fun. They're both the same thing, but it's a set of hangar doors that uses pistons to pull open the doors because it sits over top of almost like a missile silo kind of thing. But at one point, I was messing with the pistons and their min and max, and accidentally uh, blew up one of the pistons, which just straight up deleted the entire hangar door. It evaporated. I don't know if it got sent out into space. I don't know if it went down through the planet. I don't know what happened to it. It just fucking disappeared. Like 1 minute it was there, I adjusted a number, the next minute it was gone. And these are giant doors. So it's not like a tiny little thing that may have just rolled away. And so immediately my first reaction was to look up and see if it was going to come falling back down on me. But oh man, yeah, exactly. Just all of a sudden, Clang was like, that is mine now. I am taking it out of reality. Okay. Nothing I can do to stop you. All right. Um, wait for my UI to finish loading up. There we go. Alrighty. Where do I have that ship? Yeah, that happens a lot. Oh yeah, this is my tunnel base. This is the one where I used or created an automated tunnel boring machine to get through. That tunnel is 2.5 kilometers long, 2-ish kilometers, and it is very laggy. If I had a better video card, it would probably be less laggy. Um, let's, because the audio is going to get distorted a lot. Let's just turn the music off for now. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, it's actually not too difficult. And you can kind of see how I did it up here. But these tunnels were dug. I had a series of connectors and merge blocks so that I could run the whole drill down, and it would use a series of pistons. So it would lock the back end up into the base, and it had a projector and drills on the front end, and it would use pistons to push the front end out as it was drilling until it got to its whatever I said its maximum length for. And part of the projector blueprint was additional connectors and merge blocks up front. And so it would reconnect itself to what I had printed out on or disconnect back end and pull that forward until it could reconnect again. Then it would disconnect the front end and push it forward again. I had started to work on a tutorial for it, and I got to a point where, as I was doing it, I lost track of myself. I was like, oh, screw it. I'll come back to it later. And just never did. But the ship that I'm looking for is actually not going to be here. It is. Oh, good. I am. Is on the moon. Now I have to find where the moon is at. Where, oh, where did I leave the moon? There it is. I will see about putting together the tutorial for it. It's been a while since I've done it, so. Okay. So here goes Puma 2, Puma Mark 2. This is all in small grid. It is a huge pain in the ass, but it was a lot of fun to put together. It also uses a lot of modded blocks because it kind of has to. But let's get around here. Get this opened up. And this is part of what I was talking about with the doors and the hinges. And we just run on up here. Exactly. And let's come around to one of the side bays, which you can see here. This thing is a convoluted mess that took a really long time to figure out. But then once I did, it was actually pretty easy to replicate after a while. Let's go running upstairs. And again, more modded blocks. Like this thing is just full of modded blocks. Okay. And I believe it's hinge ones. Nope, not those. Ah, there we go. That's the correct ones. Okay, so along the sides here, I have a whole bunch of doors. Which side? I want the. Ah, here we go. I've got these doors that are opening up. And then, yep, get the other sides to open as well. Yeah, all of them are doors. This was a huge pain in the ass to build. And it's still not technically complete. There's still some more work that I need to do on parts of it. I also need to create the system for loading and unloading cargo containers onto those connectors. So there's still a lot of work that I need to do on it. But yeah, this was such a pain in the ass. And there is a problem where sometimes the doors don't necessarily want to close correctly. You kind of have to wiggle it a little bit for it to work. But I think that's more just a side effect of a low sim speed. Yes, I have. Yeah, all these are backed up. There we go. Mostly. Oh, come on. There we go. Now they're kind of getting there. And then, yes, all small grid. That was one of the things that I wanted to do was just make a big small grid ship. And like I said, this is like the second version of it. Oh, come on. Close, you bastard. Like, it does have problems closing the doors sometimes. There we go. Let's see. Do I have all my thrusters on? There we go. Which one? Okay, it should be that one. And then all of the landing gear. I generally don't fly it. I can, I just generally don't. I thought I had lights bottom. I do. It's just, that's right. It's dark as hell. Let's make it less dark. And then once those close up, in space it probably would. In an atmosphere, not so much. And there we go. She's all buttoned up and ready to go. Yes. Now, unfortunately, because of the size of it, I couldn't use regular thrusters. So these are the RCS thrusters from. Yeah, it's based off of the Caterpillar from Star Citizen. I know I had some of these as reverse thrusters. Yeah, okay. There we go. And this was actually built in survival, so it wasn't I didn't use creative mode to build it. I think I've seen some of the human ships. Yeah, this is a survival build. This is a survival base. Yeah, at this point, Star Citizen is going through a little bit of a crisis, identity crisis. Like I tried to play recently when they dropped 4.0. The first day that I played, it played well. The second day I tried to play, I got stuck in an elevator, and then the third day that I played, I still was getting stuck in an elevator, and I said, "Screw this," and uninstalled it. I needed the space for other games that were going to work. But yep, this is Puma Mark II, pain in the ass ship, but she's pretty. She flies. I definitely need to make a new mining ship for it. Oh yeah, close up all my doors. It's meant as a hauling ship. Primarily, what it was going to be for was being able to. The front portion here is open, so that way I can dock a mining ship with it. And then this was going to be able to go out and do mining missions and be able to load up removable cargo containers and fill them all up, bring them back to a base, and then from there it would then be able to, just pull the containers out and swap them out for empties. That was the intended design. But unfortunately, it didn't go that far. Now, it does have a little bit of defensive capabilities, but not a ton. And it's also set up so that I can land it on asteroids without having to pull out the landing legs. So, a fun design, a fun thing to play with, but that was about as far as it went. Because then I started working on my next big project, which was the Battleship Revenge. Well, that's only because of the fact that I am using um, a speed mod that increases the overall speed. Otherwise, it would fly at 100 meters a second like everything else does. Let's get this stopped. This poor thing. What are we at anyway? Okay. Then once this gets stopped, because it is heavy. What is that? 2 million kilograms? 2.3 million? It could definitely use some extra thrusters. I wonder if I can fit one in there. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Honestly, really all you have to do is chase this thing towards something solid and then wait for it to slam into it. After that, just pick up whatever's left. I think we actually did do a crash test with this at one point, and the front end crashed into the ground, but because there's so many subgrids and there's so much stuff happening that it just kind of went, okay, well, I'm crashed now, and then just stuck into the ground. I know my SS Revenge did that as well. We did a crash test with it, and same thing. It crashed into the ground, kind of blew up a little bit of the front end, and then that was it. And we were all like, "Oh, that's disappointing." And okay, but this was a fun project. This is where I learned a lot about event controllers and timer blocks. And it was a huge pain in the ass because I needed to set it up so that the landing gear would not be able to reverse itself incorrectly. Exactly. But I needed to make sure that the landing gear didn't reverse itself, so I have an entire system set up behind this LCD panel of event controllers and timer blocks to make sure that the whole thing works correctly. And it is, again, a huge ordeal. But got captain's quarters, got some sleeping areas, even have sort of an observation deck. It was a lot of fun putting this together. Huge pain in the ass, but a lot of fun. Storage behind here. So it's always fun doing big projects where you're going to learn a lot from it. There we go. That you may not necessarily utilize, but at least you're learning from it. Let's save this. Exit to main menu. Hope I don't actually crash Space Engineers. And that's a good way to go, honestly. Doing things on a smaller scale is never a bad thing because it, gives you a chance to learn efficiency. And efficiency is a huge deal when you're low on resources. I have a terrible habit of going too big sometimes and then going, well, I now need to go eat asteroids. Sometimes numbers really are the best way to go. Just overwhelming firepower. Like a bunch of tiny gnats can sometimes be more beneficial than a big old bear. So it depends on the situation and the scenario. All right, let's get finished loading back in, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll see about maybe coming up with an idea for welding, or at least how I want to connect a solar farm. Because that's going to be one of the other things that we need to look at is a better power situation. But I'm going to go sit my butt down inside the Stengen. There we go. And I shall be back in just a few. Alrighty, we are back. Go. Ugh. Okay. There was some sweet, sweet fried sushi upstairs. Actually, no, it was spicy, but sweet, sweet isn't really good. Okay. Might need to restart Space Engineers here. What are my batteries at right now? Oh, fully charged. Awesome. That is good. All right, so the supply cache. That is going to be a problem. Well, in general, what we're going to be facing is a issue with um with those being spawned in, essentially what winds up happening is that I have to start dealing with the fact that as I am exploring more and more, that's going to happen more frequently and I'm going to run into those. So I need to come up with a solution that will allow me to deal with those effectively and efficiently without too much issue. One of the ways that I'm going to have to deal with that is probably coming up with some sort of armored vehicle, because of the fact that right now I'm a little light on things like magnesium, but also don't currently have a source of silver or gold yet. Still been looking, but still haven't found it. So that still presents kind of an issue. Oh yeah, and I can turn the music back on. Audio. There we go. So what I would be looking at and what the best thing to do would be is to set up some sort of rover that is going to be heavily armored up front, has some decent weapons on it, probably quite a few of them too. Because if I remember correctly, the maximum range for sentry turret or for the turrets is Gatling turret. That's right. 600 for small grid, and it is higher up. 800 for large grid. There we go. Okay. There's also artillery cannons and auto cannons that are available, as well as coming up with our own remote missile. Oh, Shazbot. Power, 20% and 14%. Wow. Let's get Let's get this emptied out. Wow. Yeah. We're also now full. Awesome. So I need to add additional storage somewhere. Additional storage as well as and that yeah. Anytime that you're doing any sort of auto navigation, it gets a lot more complicated. Although now with the automation stuff, it's not as difficult. That's fair, Death Shaper. Although honestly, considering the implications as far as SE2 goes right now, because with Space Engineers 2, the initial early access release is just going to be creative mode and just asteroids, as far as I'm aware of. So it's one of those that if you want the full experience, go back to some go back to some Space Engineers 2. However, if you're willing to wait, you know. Okay, give me that. Thank you. Let's clear this out a little bit. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, that's true. Having to deal with grids right now is so painful, especially because we know what's right around the corner. It's like, it's right there. I can practically taste it. And yes, good old Blammo. Haven't had one of those. Well, no, that's not true. We had one earlier. It was awesome. Okay. I do need interior plate. And we will stack that up. Next up, I need oh my god, this is so much quicker now. Let's get a T-junction going. So if I put it there. Oh, that is nice. And let's straight line this over here until that. Three, four. Should have. Honestly, that sounds like a pretty good day in Space Engineers. All right. Let's get these going. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Sometimes the NPCs don't play around. They do not wait for you to be fully ready if you're, out there amongst them. They're like, nah, if you're out here, you think you're good enough. You're going to have to deal with the consequences. All right. Now I should be able to do CC base 3, CC base, CC base. There we go. That will be good. There. Drop all this stuff off. Yay, more magnesium. Nice. Cool. Well, that's good. Yeah, no worries. Hey, if you just want to hang out and watch, I'm fine with that. You don't have to say anything. I am more than capable of talking more than enough for everyone here. So that's cool. Oh, damn. But again, making the drones more powerful and making it so that you actually have to build ships to take them on is actually a step in the right direction because it gives people a little bit more of that excitement, a little bit more of that challenge that they're looking for out of the game. Because that's one thing people complain about all the time. It's not hard enough. It's not hard enough. And then they make it hard enough, and everybody's like, it's too hard. It sounds like a you problem because you're never going to be happy with it. All right. Well, again, sometimes you just have to deal with the hand that you have been dealt. All right, you guys probably getting used by the base. Oh, and the stone went in there. Use less. All right, let's get disconnected. That is a problem, and that is a combat problem in general with space engineers. And I was talking about this yesterday in terms of the fact that a lot of the first person shooting aspects of the game is basically everybody else is a bullet sponge except for you. And that's one of the things that I hope that they work on for Space Engineers 2. And it's something that they could easily work on for any of the DLC coming up for Space Engineers 1 is making it so that NPCs are not bullet sponges all the time. That there is some variance in what amount of damage because it shouldn't take like I don't know 2 or 3 full magazines from the sidearm to kill wolves. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. It should be one of those where it's more meaningful. The different weapon choices are more meaningful. I did get a little bit of gold out of that, so that's good. Components will go in here. Nickel, cobalt. Let's try and get this cleaned up a bit. Okay, stone in there, this in there. More silicon. Hi, yeah, I hear you out there. Oh, that's the refinery. Never mind. Okay, let's get this cleaned up. Ice. Ooh, we got plenty of ice. That makes me happy. Just because? Actually, no. You don't go in there. Go in there. Believe you go in there as well. Go in there. And you're full. Okay. And you're full. Yeah. Again, they don't play around with that prototype stuff. They're like, "Oh, hey, how you doing? Bye-bye." Let's drag you guys up here. Awesome. All right, I think that is fairly well sorted. Yep, I think that's about the best it's going to be. Oh, hey, looks like another storm is coming through. So what I can do, um, honestly, I have no solution for that other than um, just keep a respawn pod and plenty of guns on your ship. Yeah, I honestly I don't know. Again, that's one of those things that definitely. Oh, okay, that was the drum. Um, Definitely, it could use some fine tuning in terms of balance. It would be nice if we weren't made of paper while everything else is made of metal. But I don't know how set they are on balancing things. With SE2 now, firmly in development. So it's kind of a wait and see scenario. Like, will they do any balancing? Should they do any balancing? Or are they just going to keep most of that for the next game? You're not wrong, though. It would be nice if um, if things were a little bit better player wise. And I think it would allow people a chance to want to explore more. It's also something that they should work on because of the fact that it can help better inform them for Space Engineers 2 and for the PvE content that they're wanting to engage in. So it wouldn't be a bad idea if they actually kind of got their act together and figured out a more balanced solution going forward. There we go. Yeah, kind of like the look of that. What if... Um, I know I have... I do love that small grid starter pack as well. It is a nice way... Honestly, it's a nice way to play the game differently. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, the economy gets a little brutal sometimes. But it's also a good way to experience the game as well, so... Maybe that's what I'll do for my next playthrough, is an economy run. Because I know it's been mentioned before and suggested. I'm just like, I'm not sure I want to deal with that this time. But an economy run probably wouldn't be a bad idea. All right, let's grab a whole bunch of steel plate, which kindly we got. Oh, nice. Yeah, earlier we came across a derelict ship that wound up giving us quite a bit of scrap, as well as enough. Oh, yeah, that's right, the heat vents. Wound up also giving us some thruster components that we could break down for their platinum and get our upgraded tools. Nice. I need motors. I need so many motors. Oh, yeah. I can open up that again. Oh, wow. It's actually cold. It's almost never cold. Wow. There you go. That's how you think with portals. It's like, here you go. Here's a whole bunch of armor on your head. Good luck. You deal with it. I don't want it anymore. Yeah, there we go. That's starting to feel pretty good. All right. That. And I might put some scaffolding up here. Actually, yeah, that would be a good idea. So, put some of this stuff up here. I can actually do the half. No, I can't. Yeah, I can do that. And just run it up along here so that's like maintenance sort of stuff. Okay. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was, let's grab more. And there we go. Yeah. see about under. And then there. And actually, I'll just run this all the way across. That'll be good. And that one. Let's get this welded up, see how it looks. Ow. Landed a little bit too hard. No, I have plenty of ice. Okay. Think I need... Yay! Welcome back, Sectoid. Yeah, I think I need to move these in one block, and then that should be fine. There we go. Maybe one more? What if I actually drop your radius back? Oh, no, no. Radius is fine. Intensity, maybe? Um, light sign. Actually, yeah, I kind of like that. Now, I think it needs to be over one more. Yeah, that's better. That is better. And then you go there. Drop that. And yeah. Nice. Spaghetti by itself is really good. Okay, so that takes care of our sign. You know what they need? And I know there's a mod for it, but I think that they need a version of... They need a texture that is emissive. So that way you can put emissive blocks in places. Oh. Well, the reason why is because I would want it so that I could put, like, I could make the letters stand out more. But I was just thinking about a light panel in a couple spots. And more specifically, putting light panels behind all of the letters. but I'm not sure I want to do that. At least not at the moment. I might go back and do that, but for right now, that'll work because make sure I can see the ground. Because I really want it to look like it's an actual sort of billboard sign. And I think that works quite well. The neon lights help kind of make sure that you see it. Yeah, that'll work. And let's get these windows done. Uh, that's fair. Well, and like whenever I cook, I have weird taste buds as well, so I totally get it. But I put all sorts of stuff together, and my mom and sister are like, "Ew, why would you do that?" Like, okay, so bowl of chili, and they'll go ahead and they'll put sour cream in theirs, which is good. Sour cream and chili is awesome. I, however, put a couple of spoonfuls, large spoonfuls of mayonnaise in mine, and apparently that's where they draw the line at. Like, no, that's gross. And I'm like, no, it's good. It's like creamy chili without having to use milk or anything like that. Bullshit, it tastes delicious. You should try it sometime. it's, it's actually really good. Exactly. As messed up and broken as they are in the head, people like what they like. That was one thing. My mom is always complaining about that. But she said growing up, it was my sister was a picky eater, as were my brother. I don't remember being that picky of an eater, but I knew, or I know as I got older, I stopped being less and less worried about what was going in my mouth food wise. I was just like, is it edible? Awesome. I will eat it. And then also, recently, within the past few months, my sister had picked up this Japanese mayonnaise, Kewpie, I think it's Kewpie, which is really good. It has a little bit of mustard to it, as well as a couple other ingredients, but it's a nice mayo. And what I'll typically do is take like 3 slices of lunch meat, the processed lunch meat stuff. And I'll just spread some mayo in that, fold it up, and then eat that real quick when I need just a quick snack, something to munch on real fast. There we go. Now I need some of this. And actually, you know what? Let's get that. And this. Nothing like good old grind. Gotta get that something, whatever it is. This is basically what my grind is going to be for a while, is welding up all of this crap. There we are. But the good news is we are starting to actually get a base, which that little derelict that we found was a really good source of some steel plates. Not that we have to worry too much about iron. I'm just saying it was a good source. In fact, I think that might be the next thing that I wind up doing is running some conveyor under here, or running a conveyor line out to here, so that I can, yeah, essentially I can just mine the iron and then drop it off into like a cargo container down there. And just stay down there for a while I'm filling up the cargo container. Doing on. Power is low. What do I need for efficiency modules? Oh, that's not too bad at all. Let's do a couple of those. And we'll get one started, and that should help reduce the amount of power we're utilizing. Because that is right now one of our biggest problems. And there we go. Okay, that should, let's check on you. Power efficiency of 150%. And then, yeah, so 347. Let's see about when we get this one done. And then we'll check to see what our power utilization is on the refinery once we get this done. So we get it all wrapped up and welded. Honestly, why don't I just sit up here like this? And yeah, just do it like this. Sometimes I am smart. There we go. So it was about 347 when we last looked at it. Let's see what we're at now. Oh yeah, that helped tremendously. Now we're down to 250. And our refined speed is 130% still, so that's good. But this should just help reduce the power bleeding that we're going through. You stay out there, sir. You stay way out there. But I think I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap this up for today. This has been a fun and fruitful day. We actually got a lot of the base kind of structured out, so that way we know what it's going to look like, at least this first base. We've got our nice little sign here. This I'm actually kind of proud of. It looks interesting. Should be fun to finish getting all welded up. Other than that, though, we did roll our rover once, so we had to kind of save scum that. But all in all, we're coming along nicely. So tomorrow we'll go ahead and see about putting together the start of a proper sort of solar farm for generating more power throughout the day. That way we won't have to worry about our battery situation. I know I very easily could just go ahead and throw up a whole bunch of wind turbines and then never have to worry about power again. But I don't want to do that. This is a lot of self imposed challenges to make it more interesting for the long term and to give us a lot more projects to kind of work on, plan around, that sort of thing. So that's why I'm not doing that. So, other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day, stay out of trouble, and remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.